Alright, let's start today right away. I think I'll do two streams today, around 4 or 5 hours in the first half. Then I'll take a break for my meditation, and then I'll do another 4 or 5 hours, or maybe less if I'm tired, because I think that way it's gonna be better. And then after, I'll put the streams together and then upload them to YouTube. So let's start from the problem that stopped yesterday. We have an array of objects representing different people in our context list. A lookup profile function that takes name and a property prop as arguments has been pre-written for you. So if I remember, I'm supposed to use the for loop, not the while loop. Let's delete this. So, okay. The function should check if name is an actual contact's first name. And the given property prop is a property of that contact. So I think that no such contact was supposed to be outside of the while loop. Let me think about the conditions first. The function should check if name is an actual contact's first name. And the given property prop is a property of that contact. And I remember he does it on the tutorial, the video tutorial, he does it inside of the return function, return statement, these two conditions. But for me it makes more sense to do it here before. So if both are true, then return the value of that property. It should be contacts name and prop, and here should be first name. No, it's not first name. It's the property of that name. So how can I say that in coding language? Maybe it's too dark here. Let me open the window real quick. I think now it's better. So that's the question that I have. How can I make it so it knows which property for which name it is? Function should check if name is an actual contact's first name. And the given property prop is a property of that contact. So I remember that he uses the OR statement, which is this one here. But that doesn't make sense to me because it has to be both true. So the end statement makes more sense. And I want to link the name with the property. So let me think about this. Maybe this way is already right. But then I think this is gonna just give me their first name. It's not gonna give me. The function should check if name is an actual contact's first name and the given property is a property of that contact. So that prop is the first name that is asking, or for me, probably not. It's probably the number or the likes. If name does not correspond to any contacts, then return no such contact. I think this is the easier one. I think this is correct. Maybe here should be first name. First name. And here should be different name. Now I think it's correct. If name does not correspond to any context, then return no such contact. So this should be right. And if prop does not correspond to any valid properties of a contact found to match name, then return no such property. If prop does not correspond to any valid properties of a contact found to match name, so prop does not correspond to any valid properties of a contact found to match name, then return no such property. So if it doesn't match a name, you should return no such property. But how can I make the connection? That's the issue here I have. Because the thing is, all these commands that I know are for connecting one specific ID or attribute with the property. Not to take an attribute and look up for a different property on the same thing, because there is no specification here for which one is which block is each. So how does it link them together? Maybe I need to search this on DuckDuckGo. How to link a different property with an attribute. This one I think is right. And this should be inside of the loop, I think. I think this should be inside of the loop and the first one outside. The function should check if name is an actual contact's first name and the given property. So what's the difference between this statement and the first one? The function should check if name is an actual contact's first name. I think that's what this does. The given property prop is a property of that contact. Then if name does not correspond to any contact, then returns no such contact. Name does not correspond to any contacts, then return no such contact. So this is the same as this one, I think. Let me do this here. And there's an error here. Oh yeah, it's because I typed this. Cannot read property likes are undefined. Cannot read property likes. Oh, it's because I need to put on maybe I'm gonna use dot notation for props. I'm just gonna solve it. And here's probably wrong too. I think I'm gonna delete this for now. Well, while I think about it. Let's use the brackets for this. What is wrong with this? Oh. Here. Delete this. Put a point here. Delete this one. Cannot read property prop or undefined. So the contacts is undefined. Contact's first name. Let me see if the first ones are correct or not. What's wrong with this thing? Maybe. Yeah. So this is the problem. Cannot read property prop of undefined. So maybe just contacts prop. Yeah, now it works. Also, it's gonna look for the matched ones. It's gonna match the property with, so maybe it doesn't matter if it links them, because each one is unique. In this case, at least. But what if I had two equal ones? Then there's a problem. For example, what if there was pizza here and in the second one? Which one it would associate the property with? So function should check if name is an actual contact's first name. Contact's first name, name. And the given property prop is a property of the contact. So if I understand correctly, it should be the same thing, but for properties. Now here is wrong. So what did I do wrong here? Or maybe it's the double equal sign. Yeah, there we go. So I think this does these two conditions here, and if they're true, then return the value of that property, which is this. I think that's correct. Name does not correspond to any contacts, then return no such contact. Oh, the difference is here is equal. The function should check if name is an actual contact's first name. Maybe this two I can do on the same line. Because if it's not, then maybe this one should go before this one, I think. Because if it's not equal, it's already gonna give me this one. And if it isn't equal, then it's gonna run through this one. I'm not sure if it matters if they are on a loop, which order comes first, but I feel like this should come first and then this. And then the last one is if prop does not correspond to any valid properties of a contact found to match name, then return no such property. The next one is for the name, but for property. So they're kind of like the same thing. So maybe I'll put this two on a loop. I think I will just delete this second part here because I think it's wrong. It's basically the same condition as this one, but maybe 3 equal signs here, because it has to be strictly the same. And I'll put this one in the beginning here and delete it from here. And now I put the for loop inside of this two. For var I equals 0, I less than contacts dot length. I always forget how to type length. And oh, it's not a comma, it's this sign right here. I plus plus. Then I think there are the brackets here. here. Starts here, ends here. So it's giving me this. Maybe I just delete the if. Yeah, there we go. So this should be okay, I think. The variable starts at 0, goes until context length, and each iteration it ups 1. And I don't think that the for statement takes any statements outside of this on the end here, like the while loop statement. Context first name is different than name, no such context. If prop is different, no such property. So this first should go through the entire context thing and search for first name and for the property. And if it doesn't find, it's gonna return a message. And if it does find it, what if it does find it? Does it go over and over again? That's the issue here, I think. Maybe I need to put all of them inside of the loop. Let's test it out and see if it works like this. So this is not working. Apparently this one works. Yeah, no such context is working. The prop one is not working. And try to put it like this. Let's test it out. Same thing. Maybe it's the string. Oh no, because that's not exactly. That's the question I have. It's because here is exactly the same match, but here's not. The prop, this name doesn't exist here. So how can I make it to look for any property? I think that's what I'm gonna search. How to look for a property inside an object. JavaScript. Maybe there was I'm supposed to learn this on a previous lesson, but yeah, prop should be fine. Access the properties of an object in JavaScript in three ways. Dot property accessor, square brackets property. But then I'm supposed to know the name of the property I'm gonna search. To access the properties with this special names, use the square brackets property. So prop should be a value. And that value has to match. Maybe no. I'm putting on strings, but no, still doesn't work. So let's say it puts unknown here, or just a random string. I think this makes sense to me. And this one is also wrong. The problem is this prop statement here. Let me try to do double equal sign. Still the same ones wrong. Maybe it's the loop inside of the loop that I need to do. Because there's also these properties here that have more than one value. I think I need to do this also. So for var j equals 0 j check. How I'm supposed to say this letter here. Context y dot length check plus plus. And this and put it here. Let me see if I'm typing length right, because I always get it wrong. Yeah, it's GTH. One's a little bit different. Thank you for following Gangina. No, this is JavaScript from Free Code Camp. Questions, challenges, let's say. Loop over the array and the test for the property. So he does here. Oh, maybe I forgot the I here. That's why it's wrong. But I don't think that's the case, because if it was the case, then let me put check too. Then this one is supposed to be right because it's outside the loop. Yeah. Now it gives me all of them wrong. So, and this one is right, I think. The first one is working. It was working. So the problem is this these two loops here. Oh, is this correct? Length of y. Maybe jack here instead of I. No, still gives me wrong. Maybe here is supposed to. Previously, when I had only one, it was working. At least the first one. So let me take this. Let me delete this and see what happens again. Yeah, now this should work. So I need to look it up how to do both at the same time. Maybe it's the statement inside here. Oh no. Since it's different, it doesn't need more than one equal sign. Finding the area. How can I make this happen? Let's read the hint stuff. So here's just the explanation. These are for loops cycle through the contacts list. It's a nested if statement. First check if the first name matches and then check if the prop matches. This is what I did here. Suppose. Oh, let me delete this. Let me try again. Yeah, same one's wrong. So we do like this, same thing. So use a nested if statement to first check if the first name matches, and then checks if the prop matches. So maybe it's asking me to do this instead. Delete this return. I have a feeling that this is wrong, but there is no other way to do it, in my mind at least. I think I'm just gonna put this on comment. It has to be inside of here? No. Maybe, yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's read the other hint. You will return no such context out of the for loop as a final catch-all. Doesn't make sense to me. Use a for loop to cycle through the context list, which is supposed to be this one. Leave your return no such context out of the for loop as a final catch-all. Use a nested if statement to first check if the first name matches, and then check if the prop matches. Maybe the prop has to be from the first name. That's the only way I see it. Only way to link the two. And then instead of doing this here, name does not correspond to any context, then return no such context. If both are true, then return the value of the property. The only way I see to associate the two is to do it like this. But this should only give me the property of the first name, not the other ones, which I think is wrong. And then I shouldn't have any statements here. And return such context after both of them. It really doesn't make sense to me. Use a for loop to cycle through the context list. Use a nested if statement to first check if the first name matches and then check if the prop matches. So it's telling me to do if the first name matches and maybe it's like this. And put this inside of the loop. First name, last name. First name and prop. Maybe this prop has to be a string instead of putting the first name here. Use a nested if statement to first check if the first name matches and then check if the prop matches. Choose what I did now. Leave your return no such context out of the for loop as a final catch-all. But that doesn't make sense. To me that only makes sense if they are different then. And it doesn't make sense to put both of them on the for loop. Yeah, this explanation only makes me more confused. This sense. Why this is going black? The first name variable inside the lookup function should be changed to any name or even just name. Oh, I should check if it has own property also. That's how you do it, I think. Oh, I forgot about this lesson. Yeah, that's how you do it, I think. So that's how you check if it has the prop. And then here should be equal sign, I think. No. There we go. And it should have an E here. So I think I'm gonna put I don't know which one to put outside of the loop and which one to put it inside. The way it makes more sense to me is the way I was doing before. Maybe I need to just delete this. So if contacts has own property, this should not be here, I think. I think this condition goes outside here. If contacts first name equals name, and contacts E has own property, return contacts, return prop. Maybe that's how you do it. So how do I check if it doesn't have the property? Now maybe here is the contacts return contacts. Both are true, then return the value of the that property. No such contact. Return no such contact. And this has to be out of the loop according to the exercise, the hints. But this is gonna check if it has the property or not. Okay, let me take this comment out. Start 0 and 0 the for loop. And still the same one's wrong. Yeah, I don't have any idea how to do this. Contacts first name equals name, and contacts. Oh, maybe I should take this out. Now I don't understand why this is in a different color. this. Maybe this has to be inside of the loop. Yeah. And the no such property is also missing. So Christian last name should give me Voss. Sherlock likes should return intriguing cases filing. So the name is gonna return the first name. And the property has to be any property of that first name. Maybe I should use an OR statement here. That's how the guy did it. Yeah, but the hints told me to do a nested else if. Maybe this is equal false. Contacts I has own property prop. Never used a command like this, so. And I still think that I need to use double for loop. Maybe this is wrong. Yeah. And now I should close the brackets. Yeah. Still wrong. Maybe I should do an else here. Instead of doing this. Yeah. I'm just gonna delete this and put else here. So if it doesn't have, it's gonna return no such content. The else is gonna return the property. Maybe it's this return statement that's wrong. Contacts I dot prop. No. Man, what is wrong here? I feel like I'm spending so much time on this one. And it doesn't make sense. Let me delete this and see if it works. At least more things work here. I think I'm gonna watch a video.
This is a coding challenge. We have this array of objects in our contacts list. And you'll see each object is one of our contacts with a first name, a last name, a number, and likes. So these are key value pairs here. So what we want to do is create this.
Wait a sec. Just see if I wrote the same way. Contacts I prop. Oh, maybe I'm forgetting this sign at the end. No. Yeah. Why it doesn't work when I replace the brackets notation with the dot? Linking since both ways are valid. So it doesn't take the dot notation. Oh, because the string can be different. That's why. But it still gives me the same ones wrong. Maybe it has to have a Y here. Now it gives all of them wrong, so it's probably not the case. No, that one should be the other way around. If contact says onProp equals false, so it does use equals false. Then return contacts Y, not Y, return contacts I prop, which is exactly what I did here. Which is weird because it should be giving me maybe contact. Yeah, it's written on the right way. It should be at least giving me the prop when it doesn't find the name, when it finds the first name. Maybe it is giving me a prop, it's not giving me the right one. I'm going to try to put this statement here before and see if it happens. Now see if contacts I has some property prop. No. Yeah, let me watch the video. Maybe I'll have to go back to the previous lessons.
This is a coding challenge. We have this array of objects in our contacts list. And you'll see each object is one of our contacts with a first name, a last name, a number, and likes. So these are key value pairs here. So what we want to do is create this lookup profile function where we pass in a name, this is the first name, and the property, and it's going to return the value of that property. For instance, if we pass in the name Kristen here, and we pass in the property of number, it should return unknown. If we pass in the first name of Sherlock up here, and we return the property and we pass in the property of likes, it should return the array, intriguing cases, and violin. If the name that's passed in does not correspond to any context, then our function should return no such contact. And if there's no property, it should return no such property. So let's go to this function here and start creating it. So the first thing we're going to have to do is iterate through each element in the contacts list. So let's make a for loop. So for var I equals 0, while I is less than contacts length. And at the end of each iteration, we'll do I++ to increment that. So for each of these contacts, the first thing we're going to check is if the name is a name in this list. So if contacts I dot first name equals the name that was passed in. So we're checking each item to see if it was the name that was passed in. And if so, we're going to do something. Now, if not, we're going to do something else. So let's do that now. Remember, if the name that was passed in is not in the array, we're going to return no such contact. However, if it is in the array, we're going to do something else. If the name is in the contacts list, we're going to return the value of the property that was passed in. So return contacts I prop. So this will return the value of that property that was passed in. However, there's another case, which is if the property...
Aren't you supposed to check the two values first before returning the contacts property? That's what I don't understand.
Does not exist, we return no such property. So a fancy way in JavaScript of saying use this value if it exists, but otherwise use a different value is to use the or operator. So we'll say return contact IProp, or if it doesn't exist, we're going to return no such property. Now, just so you know, there'll be a way to do this without using this or operator. As long as your code passes the requirements, that's all that's important. There's many ways of doing this, but let's check it. So right now we have our lookup profile. We're passing in a key row, and we're trying to find the likes, and we're console.logging the data and pizza coding brownie points. So what if we passed in something else? If we passed in Sherlock, we pass in last name, no such contact. Well, that's working because I spelled Sherlock wrong. This is E. So it's a good way to test that. Holmes. And the last thing we'll check is if we pass in a property that does not exist. I'll just say hello and no such property. So our function works.
And he doesn't use the has own property. So no such property. And here it returns the value, which it wrote it the same way, but apparently isn't working here. Let me see if that changes anything. Yeah, now it works. Then outside it returns no such contact. Outside of the loop. So it's gonna check if there's a name. So name equals first name. And if it is, it's gonna return either the value of the prop or no such property. But how is that property associated with the name? Oh, it's gonna check to see if the property is associated or not. Because you specify which property it is. I think I get it now. So it first checks if the first name is equal to the name that it was given. Then if it is equal, it checks for the property and returns it. And if it doesn't have a property, then it returns this statement. Oh, now I get it, I think. And if it isn't equal, then goes through this line here. I forgot how he did it, but this one I know how to do, but let's just do it to see if it's right, which is probably gonna be right. And then I'm gonna look for how he did it, and I'm gonna try to do it another way. So basically you just copy this and put different sign instead of equal. Oh, maybe I forgot the... Oh, let me go back. Just do it like this and see if it works. No, it still doesn't work, so... That's wrong. Here. Oh, it's the I that I have shown. No? If contacts. Here's outside of the loop. Contacts is written the right way, apparently. Contacts. Maybe it's the other way around. If its name is different. This was the only one that was working before. No, it's not. Let's think about it. Maybe I need to put it inside of the loop instead of putting it outside. No, it gives all of them wrong. Oh, it's just the way I wrote it here, maybe. Or with caps. And now this one is not working. I guess it's because it goes through this one before it goes through this one again. That's why this needs to be outside of the loop, I think. So if this is inside the loop, it doesn't gonna work. It's not gonna work because I still don't understand exactly why it doesn't work. Because it should only trigger this line if the first name is not equal to the name. And now it works. Let me get help. Let's see how he did it again.
This is a coding challenge. We have this array of objects in our contacts list. And you'll see each object is one of our contacts with a first name, a last name, a number, and likes. So these are key value pairs here. So what we want to do is create this lookup profile function where we pass in a name, this is the first name, and the property, and it's going to return the value of that property. For instance, if we pass in the name Kristen here, and we pass in the property of number, it should return unknown. If we pass in the first name of Sherlock up here, and we return the property and we pass in the property of likes, it should return the array intriguing cases and violin. If the name that's passed in does not correspond to any context, then our function should return no such contact. And if there's no property, it should return no such property. So let's go to this function here and start creating it. So the first thing we're going to have to do is iterate through each element in the contacts list. So let's make a for loop. So for var I equals 0, while I is less than contacts length. And at the end of each iteration, we'll do I++ to increment that. So for each of these contacts, the first thing we're going to check is if the name is a name in this list. So if contacts I dot first name equals the name that was passed in. So we're checking each item to see if it was the name that was passed in. And if so, we're going to do something. Now, if not, we're going to do something else. So let's do that now. Remember, if the name that was passed in is not in the array, we're going to return no such contact. However, if it is in the array, we're going to do something else. If the name is in the context list, we're going to return the value of the property that was passed in. So return context I prop. So this will return the value of that property that was passed in. However, there's another case, which is if the property does not exist, we return no such property. So a fancy way in JavaScript of saying use this value if it exists, but otherwise use a different value is to use the or operator. So we'll say return context I prop, or if it doesn't exist, we're going to return no such property. Now, just so you know, there'll be a way to do this without using this or operator. As long as your code passes the requirements, that's all that's important. There's many ways of doing this, but let's check it. So right now we have our lookup profile. We're passing in a key row, and we're trying to find the likes. And we're console.logging the data and pizza, coding, brownie points. So what if we passed in something else? If we passed in Sherlock, we pass in last name, no such contact. Well, that's working because I spelled Sherlock wrong. This is E. So it's a good way to test that. Holmes. And the last thing we'll check is if we pass in a property that does not exist. I'll just say hello and no such property. So our function works.
So two things I want to test. First one, let's delete this. It's probably gonna work also. Yeah. And the second one is I'm gonna do an else if statement here. And then I'm gonna try to do it this one separate, the no such property separated from that statement. Yeah. Now let's take this out. Let's see if this works. No, it doesn't work. It's weird. Let's try the other way around. So what's wrong with this statement? And I think it should be this way. Here. Not the other way around. If it equals to name, then it's supposed to return the property. And if the property is different than the context prop, it should return no property. Maybe it's because if I do it like this, I need to put the true for, the for inside the for. that doesn't make that much sense because at least some of this should be right. This statement is the prop takes one of these values here. Don't understand what's the difference between the two. Let me go back. Let me try to do it like this and see what happens. Yeah. So what is wrong with this statement? Maybe it's because they're not supposed to be exactly the same. This is one property and this is another one. Context prop. Oh yeah, but it makes sense because this is supposed to be the property when you go into the... So for example, if this is last name, this should be was here. This should give was, this whole command. Yeah. Let me try to type it equals false here. Now it works. Huh, interesting. Let me delete this, see if it still works. Now it doesn't work. Local profile, Akira address should return no such property. Akira address. But it is saying if it's equal to false, internal. Maybe it's double equal sign. Maybe that's 1 equals sign. Doesn't change anything. If I change the I here, maybe. Maybe if I change it to true, let's see what happens. Lookup profile, queue address. Yeah, that's the only one that's wrong. So this statement still doesn't work. So what do I wanna know? So how to find the property, how to link this name with the property on contacts. Let's try to put it in strings, even though I think it's not gonna work. Yeah. Maybe if I use the dot notation instead. But I also think it's not gonna work. Maybe I'm just gonna search this here on DuckDuckGo and see what happens. Alright, let's try this way also. False. Contacts. I think this dot has property. Contacts Y has on property prop. I keep saying Y, but it's I actually. Contacts I has own property prop was false. Now let's change this to parentheses. Yeah. Now the other ones are wrong. don't think I can use this statement, Boolean statement, separated. We cannot call the context prop because prop is not a property of context. When we access objects in bracket notations, we can read and pass in values, which is the function arguments. Look, if I use false statement, I need to use a true one somewhere. Something equals true, and then this equals false. Let me try to do just the else, see if it's gonna work. It doesn't work. Which is weird because it's supposed to be the same, exactly the same thing. Let's put in the R statement there on the return. So I just learned the hard way that I need to look through each index before returning anything. The good thing is that everybody takes a bunch of time to figure this out. It's kind of cold here. This guy is a variable. I don't understand why this statement doesn't work for me. This one right here. I'll give me the same now. What did I want to ask? No. The program cannot tell whether it's a variable that's being passed or an actual property of the object using dot notation. To understand the context of this, you can convert first name to bracket notation, which requires the quotation marks from original solution. If context prop, return context max prop. Let's try to do like this. He uses else and then his thing it worked, but no, it's this one. It's wrong. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I feel like I understand how the commands work, but I don't understand why it's not working here. Like, it feels like I'm doing everything right and it still doesn't work. Let me see if I change the screen. And I know the solution, but I kind of feel like I have to spend more time on this. Because if I just go through, might be difficult on the next exercises if I don't really understand what's going on. Maybe I should watch a YouTube video on profile lookup. Let's see if there's other explanations on how to do this problem. I think the way the guy did it was by putting this inside here. So if this and if this, it's gonna return the contacts property. Still wrong. I'm going to write a function called lookup for a file that will accept two strings in a prop. Let me just copy this exactly how I did it and see what happens there. Just see if it's my thing. Here. Now it works. That's really weird. It is exactly the same way I wrote it. Maybe it's this triple equal sign that is incorrect. No. What is going on here? What is going on? It must be these brackets here. Let's see this structure. If this, then there's a bracket here. So this one is in relationship to this one. This one closes here. Yeah, this one is for this one is for this one. The context is written the same way. I feel like it was just a brackets thing. Let's read this one. There aren't any contacts, blah blah blah. You start out by creating two variables, first name and property, and set both variables to false. Let first name false, let property equal false. Why is this thing breaking? Next, we will look through the contacts array. First name equals true. So apparently this is for when it's not true. When a statement isn't true, put the exclamation mark before. I think I'm gonna search this on YouTube and see. There's more explanations to this exercise. Right.
A good way to test that, Holmes. And the last thing we'll check is if we pass in a property that does not exist. I'll just say hello, and no such property. So our function works.
This is the different one. Different one also. This is a different one. And this takes too long, I think. This is other videos, so. Searching an array for a value. I think I'm gonna look this first.
Hello friends, welcome back. Today we're going to be doing profile lookup. We have an array of objects representing different people in our contacts list. So it's an array, and then in each position, at position 0, 1, 2, 3, we have an object of various data. A lookup profile function that takes name and property.
Used for programmer.
lookup profile function that I've already got there, and it takes name and property as arguments has been pre-written for you. The function should check if name is an actual contact's first name and the given property if the property of that context. So it looks like we're taking name would be Akira here, and Akira is the first element. So Akira, and then it's going to give us likes. So it's going to say pizza coating and brownie points. So I think if we were to console.log, look up profile, and then Akira.
I think I'm gonna put in choose speed.
Likes.
1.5x.
We should receive some sort of thing. So let's just return something. An exclamation point. Interesting. Something. Oh, return. Turn. Okay, cool. Something. So this is what's happening right now. We're console logging this out. Now what we actually want this to console log out to, the way I'm understanding it right now, is pizza coating brownie points. The function should check if the name is an actual contact's name, first name, and given the property. If both are true, then return the value of that property. So if Akira is there and likes are there, then we want to return the value. So,
bunch of noise here.
in this case, we would return the things that Akira likes. If the name does not correspond to any contents, then return no such contact. If prop does not correspond to any valid properties of a contact found to match name, then return no such property. Interesting. Okay, well, I think that we should just basically, we can start by saying if contacts dot name, and I think we should use, let's use bracket notation. We're returning something. Now I'm going to console log contacts name. Contacts name. So right now I'm just trying to get an idea for how this works. Okay, so right now contacts name is not happening. Why is that? Context and name. We should have contacts. Okay, so here's the thing: is we want to we need to go through each element of the contacts because contacts is an array, right? So we're going to say, for there I is equal to 0, I is less than contacts dot length, and then I plus equals 1. And now if we console.log, we're going to say contacts at position I. We're getting these objects. I'm going to get rid of these other console logs for now because they're annoying. But you see we're getting object, 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 object. We get 4 of them. Why is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 elements. If we were to console log the contacts dot first name, we would get Akira, Harry, Sherlock, and Kristen. Akira, Harry, Sherlock, and Kristen. Now what it's saying is, I think the function should check if name is an actual contact's first name. And the given property is a property of that contact. And so if we were to go console.log contacts I, and then we say dot, and then we say prop, this is going to get us their the feedback from there. And so for this, it's saying likes. Likes is being passed in as the parameter. So what we're doing is we're getting the name and then their likes. So Harry's got that, Sherlock's got those, Christian likes Christian likes JavaScript gaming and Foxes. The function should check if name is an actual contact's first name. So we should say now, so if I'm going to set a variable now to just say variable contact is equal to
Let me go back a little bit.
Log contacts I,
prop thing.
and then we say dot, and then we say prop. This is going to get us their the feedback from there. And so for this, it's saying likes. Likes is being passed in as the parameter. So what we're doing is we're getting the name and then their likes. So Harry's got that, Sherlock's got those, Christian likes JavaScript gaming and Foxes. The function should check if name is an actual contact's first name. So we should say now, so if I'm going to set a variable now to just say variable contact is equal to contacts at I. Okay, and then this will make it so I can just deal with individual contact. So it's the contact at that specific point. You'll see this is the same thing. I've just created a variable for this. So now I can say if contact.name is equal to the prop. Oh no, is equal to the name being passed in. Yeah, if the name is the actual contact's first name and the given prop is a property of that contact. Okay, so and contact.prop is not equal to undefined. So what I'm saying is if the contact.prop, and in this case the prop is likes, as long as that's not equal to undefined, if the function, the actual content, and the given prop
uses undefined.
the function should check that name is actual content, and the given property is a property of that contact. Okay, so we're checking for that. If both are returned, return the value of that property. So we want to return the value of the property. So contact.prop. And that would make it so that, let's say, we console log this out. We want to get rid of all the console logs in here because they're going to make it confusing for us. We don't need that. That was just some code that I didn't need. We're going to return something. Contact.name is equal to name. Contact.name. Contact dot first. Oh, okay. Yeah, this should be first name. So I put in name there, but we're not trying to get name here. We've already utilized the name. Yeah, so contact dot first name is equal to the name that's being passed in. Because the contact's at position I, so we're just initializing each one through. So the contact, initially it's here, and if contact is equal to Kira, so contact.first name, which should be Akira here, is equal to name, which is this variable here, then this should, and contact.prop, what's prop? Likes. Contact.likes. Maybe I need to pass these in as bracket notation. Return contact.prop. What happens if we return contact?
The difference between two is really confusing.
Okay, so it's working there.
The dot and the brackets notation.
It's working here. What happens if we say contact?
I've looked it up already, but still don't understand it very well.
Contact.first name. Akira. Is Akira equal to name? True. Okay, so contact.prop must be our issue. What happens if we figure out what the prop is? Contact.prop is equal to.
The string on the left is really behind.
Yeah, it's not equal to undefined. That should be true.
Maybe it's the speed of
and then we should be passing that in. Contact first name is equal to name. Oh, so for some reason bracket notation is messing that up. And now I think, yeah, we're returning the contact. But we should be contact prop. And that'll get us pizza, brownies, and cooking points. This is the likes of Akira. So look up profile Akira and look up Akira's likes. And that gets us this array of things that she likes. I'm just going to run the tests now to see what's passing. Okay, cool. 3 tests are passing and 3 tests are failing. So if both are true, return the value of that property. So this is the value of that property. This is the value of the property being passed in. If name does not correspond to any contacts, then return no such contact. If prop does not. Okay, so we should say else if contact.first name. No. Actually, what's going to happen is we're going to run through here searching for first names. And if the first names don't show up, we want to return no such contact.
Let's see how it does the property.
Okay, and so this will probably pass this test and this test, but then we don't have this property one test. But for now, let's just see if we can get that one. Okay, great. So no such contact is returned to there. But if prop does not correspond to any valid properties of a contact found to match name, then return no such properties. Okay, so what happens here is if we're going through and we're testing to see if the contact matches any properties, if we get the first name, okay, so we want to take this guy out. And now we say, what we're going to do is move this guy here and say if contact prop is equal to undefined, then we pass this guy back. Then we return this value. And then if that doesn't happen, we return no such property.
Isn't the
Okay,
other
cool.
way
And so if we were to
around?
pass in Akira and address into here, why is that? Akira has no address in here. This should say no such property. Cool. And if we were to pass in Bob and Potato, we should say there's no such contact. Why? There's no Bob in this list. Yeah, we run the test. You see that passes. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to try to go over, this is basically how you can answer the question. There's obviously ways to, I like the fact that we extracted the contact, so we didn't have to write contacts at position I here, here, and here. By setting a variable, we're saving ourselves the repeat time of doing that 3 times.
So let's see. If context first name equals name, then it goes to, oh, it has to be different than undefined. It means it is defined. Then return, and if it doesn't return, it's because it's undefined, and then it's gonna return no such property. Now I think I understand.
And then it's just kind of a bit of logic. First off, we're running through the list and we're checking each element of the list, and we're setting each element in here to be equal to a contact. And then we say if the contact at first name, and so as we're going through here, you can console.log contact dot first name, or we could do contact dot we can go JSON dot stringify the contact. This just makes it so it's legible to us. So we're going through here, and then we can just say, so this is the first one, Akira, and then Harry, and then Sherlock, and then Christian. Akira, Harry, Shirley, and Christian. And then at this point, we're asking if the contact dot first name, so Kira, is equal to the name that's being passed in. If name is Akira here, we say yes, then we go to this one. And if the contact property is not equal to undefined, meaning if Akira at, in this previous example, it was likes, Akira,
Let's go to the
if
next one.
Akira likes is not equal to undefined. And so when you get Akira likes,
I'm gonna watch all the videos.
it's equal to
and
pizza
then I'm
coding
gonna
pizza
go
brownie,
to the
that's not
next
equal to
one.
undefined. So we can return that value. Otherwise, if we were doing Akira address, which doesn't exist, we'll return no such
Yes.
property. And if
So it should be
if we're going
hard.
through here and it's asking for Bob, then the whole for loop executes, but it doesn't find anything. So the return statements are never hit. And so it'll just go to no such contact. And that's how this works. Again, as always, the console logging is not actually required. And let's see, I'm console logging somewhere in here. Yeah, and I can get rid of this guy too. And this is actually a very simple way to think about this problem. And we run the tests in the past. Anyways, hope this helps you guys, and we'll see you in the next lesson.
This is lesson 97 in the basic JavaScript section of a free code camp. This lesson is profile lookup. And it says we have an array of objects representing different people in our contacts list. A lookup profile function that takes first name and a property prop as arguments has been pre-written for you. The function should check if first name is an actual contact's first name and the given property prop is a property of that contact. If both are true, then return the value of that property. If first name does not correspond to any contacts, then return no such contact. If prop does not correspond to any valid properties, return no such property. So we're going to pretty much I'm going to use a for loop and a nested if statement to accomplish this. So let's come over here. Right here, I'll start my for loop that's going to pretty much go through our contacts. So we're going to say for var I assigned to 0, as long as I is less than the length of contacts. Contacts dot length. As long as that is cool, then we'll increment I. As long as that's true. So as long as that's true, we want it to go in here into our if statement, and we want it to check whatever contact we're currently at, which we can specify with I, because contacts starting at 0, it's going to be targeting this one. Then contacts 1 would be the second one, contacts 2 would be the third one, and contacts 3 the fourth one. So it's going through those inside of this for loop. So that's what this for loop's doing. The first time through, when it's 0, it's looking at that very first one.
Name of the channel we will call.
So if contacts I, which at the moment is talking about this one, is equal, I want to also specify first name. So contacts I, because I'm talking about the key first name, is equal to whatever is passed in as first name, then we want it to do this. And the second if statement is going to check if it has the property that we pass in, which our second if statement will say if contacts I dot has own property, I'll just spell it right, property, and we pass in prop, and then we want it to return prop. Should actually return likes there. So then our if statement ends there, and just inside of return if the first name isn't there,
Basically
we go back
same
into the for
thing.
loop.
I was just doing my free code camp course, and I got to a point in the JavaScript section. It was called profile lookup, and I was doing good until I got to this point. Sorry, somebody just walked in my room. So I got to a point where I just didn't know what I was doing. This code right here is very complicated, at least to me, a beginner with JavaScript. I know it's really close to Java, but I don't know, it was hard for me to understand. And it took me a while to kind of get the solution, and so I thought I would share how I actually came up with the solution. Honestly, once I figured it out, it was pretty simple, but it kind of just takes a lot of thinking. And I guess I should start by going over what the whole challenge was. So they have this thing where you have an array of objects, and each object contains properties and values. That's pretty straightforward. Each object contains a number of different properties. Given prop is a property of that contact. I had to check it like 3 times. I know that seems like I'm an idiot, and that's really am, but it was really complicated. So I kind of just started slowly enough, and I took it piece by piece. That's why I really like the Swallow code, because you can kind of dissect it into what the sentence is saying. So what I did was the function should check if first name is an actual context first name. That's kind of where I started. So I figured that since there's 0, 1, 2, 3 objects in this array, I'm going to need a for loop to iterate through the array and to get the values in each object. So I built my for loop. I set my initializer to 0, and I said this for loop can run as long as I or 0 at the moment is less than contacts.length. And of course, first it will be. And so once this evaluated to true, I would then go to my first really important piece of code, which would be if, checking for the first name. So, once someone calls this function, it's going to take 2 arguments or properties or whatever, and it's going to use them as a test to return a value. So they're going to have to give me a first name and a property. My first task is to check if the first name is equal to one of the ones in my objects. So I'm going to take the first name that they give me, and I'm going to test it and see if it's equal to the first name and one of the objects that I'm on right now. So the first time that I iterate through this array, I'm obviously going to have I equal to 0. So this one right here, contacts I, is referencing the very first object in the array, basically object 0. So it's going to say, hey, is first name that you gave me, in this case it was down here, Akira, it's saying is this first name equal to the one in object 0? And the first time around it is, so that would evaluate to true. And I'm like, okay, good. Now I need to see if this same contact has a property that is equal to one in my object, or the one that was passed in to my method. And this line right here I kind of struggle with because I have forgotten about this method that they taught us in an earlier lesson. The method has own property, which tests to see if an object has a property or not. And all we have to do is pass in the property that we're trying to test for, and it will evaluate to true or false, which is perfect for an if statement. So once I finally remembered about this method, I was able to make this work. But it took me a long time to actually remember the method works. So basically it'll be the same thing. Once this line evaluates true, it'll jump down here and say, hey, this same object, object 0, does it have a property of whatever property was passed into my method? And obviously if that evaluates to true, it's going to go ahead and give me whatever that property was by going to that object, grabbing the property, and this will be equal to the value of it. But if it doesn't have a property like that, it's going to jump out of that if statement and it's going to return, hey, there's no such property. Now, one other thing that I had a lot of trouble with was the return statement. The last one that says no such contact. At first, before I had thought about what I was doing, I had this return statement. I had it not here, but I had it here. Because obviously I said, hey, if first of all, if this first name doesn't exist, I want you to say no such contact. But what was happening was
Basically the same thing, should
as
it?
soon as you can see that I actually passed the challenge. That was
Let's watch the other one, see if there's anything different. I think I'm gonna watch this guy. I liked his other video. Basically gonna be the same thing, I think, same solution. And then return outside.
Hello friends, welcome back. Today we are going to be using objects for lookups. Objects can be thought of as key value storage, like a dictionary. If you have tabular data, you can use an object to look up values rather than a switch statement or an if-else chain. This is most useful when you know that your input data is limited to a certain range. Here's an example of a simple reverse alphabet lookup. So they've got alpha is equal to the object of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so it's numerical and it goes up, and so the alphabet's reversed. So Z's first, so IX. So alpha at 2 is Y, because alpha at 0.2 is Y. Alpha at 24 is C, meaning it's the third from the last. So we're setting a variable of a value is equal to 2, and so here what we're doing is we're passing in a variable into an object here. So we want to convert the switch statement into an object called lookup. Here's the switch statement, and we want to convert that. Only change code below this line. Only change code above this line. Okay, so we're just going to change this code from a switch statement to a into an object called lookout. Yeah, we want to convert this into an object. So what we can do is we want to say use it to look up we want to convert the object, so we want to call it a lookout. So we're going to create a variable, an object called variable lookout. So lookup is the name of our object. We want to use it to look up the val. So in the case that it's alpha, it's going to be atoms. Interesting. So alpha, and then that's going to render out to atoms. So we're making it so that in the case that the value is alpha, the result becomes atoms, and then it returns the result. So the next one, Bravo, is equal to Boston. Charlie is equal to Chicago. Delta is equal to Denver. Echo is equal to Easy. Foxtrot is equal to Frank. And we don't have to put a comma at the end. And I missed a comma or a parenthesis here. And so now we have what's called a reverse lookup. Now let's console.log this now. I think we can do this here. Great. Okay, so now what we do is we're logging out the lookup and then available to the key. So because I passed in alpha, I'm getting atoms. And so that should be right. And we want to use it to look up val and assign the associated string to the result. So now, but our goal is to remove this. I'm just going to highlight it and press command log. This same exact thing. So we can.
Okay. I think my stream's lagging a bit. Let me see what's wrong. I'm not sure if it's the laptop or the actual stream. Everything looks fine here. Let me look at the channel. Yeah, I think it's lagging only the laptop. Which is weird. Or maybe my internet's bad today. Let me take this off. Yeah, that's not much I can do about that. Hopefully the recording is fine though. Now let me go back to the desktop screen. Let's go to the next challenge. Random numbers are useful for creating random behavior. JavaScript has a math random function that generates random decimal numbers, 0 inclusive and not quite up to 1 exclusive. Not quite up to 1. Function that generates a random decimal number between 0 and 1. Not quite up to 1. This math random can return a 0 but never quite return 1. Note, like storing values with the equal operator, all functions calls will be resolved before the return executes. So we can return the value of the math random function. Change random function to return a number instead of returning zero. So math random. Like storing values with the equal operator, all function calls will be resolved before the return executes. So we can return the value of the math random function. So it executes the function before it executes the return. JavaScript has a math random function that generates a random decimal number. Yeah, maybe it's like this, or maybe it's inside. No, it's like this. Just an easy one. That's contrast from the last one, which was really hard. It's great that we can generate random decimal numbers, but it's even more useful if you use it to generate random whole numbers. Use this technique to generate and return a random whole number between 0 and 9. So math floor should be math random multiplying the results by 20. So then passing the value to math floor function to round the value down to the nearest whole number. Use math function generate a random decimal, multiply the random decimal by 20. Use another function math floor to round the number down to its nearest whole number. So is it on the return statement or before? I think it's before. Then math.random and times 20 times 9, because it's from 0 to 9. Remember that math random can never be quite return a 1, and because we're rounding down, it's impossible to actually get 20. This technique will give us a whole number between 0 and 19. Generate a term, so it's 10 here. So maybe it is on the return function that's supposed to change. Yeah, there we go. Create a function called random range, so should return here, and I guess it's gonna be the same thing as the previous one, but changing what's in the middle, and multiply. Okay, so let's read this. Instead of generating a random whole number between 0 and give a number like we did before, we can generate a random whole number that falls within a range of 2 specific numbers. To do this, we'll define minimum number, mean, and maximum number. Here's the formula we will use. Take a moment to read it and try to understand what this code is doing. So it takes in a maximum number minus a minimum plus 1. So let's say it's 10 and 0 like the other one. Then it's gonna multiply by this number and add it up to the minimum value. But if it's 0, it's not gonna work. What if it's 9 and 1? The minimum is 1 and the maximum is 9. Then it becomes 9 here, multiplies by 9, and then adds 1. But if it's 0, adds 0. We can generate random whole number that falls within a range of two specific numbers. To do this, we'll define a minimum number and a maximum number. Create a function called random range that takes range my min and my max. So I get what it's doing, but I'm not quite sure if I understand it. Plus my min. It's gonna take the difference, but I don't know why it's adding up 1 here is necessary. And then it adds the minimum again. So like 10 and 9, 10 and 1, let's say. 10 minus 1, 9 minus plus 1, 10 again. It's like times 10 plus 1. It's gonna give you 11. Now it's gonna give any value between, because this gives us a value between 0 and 1, right? So it's gonna give any value around that multiplication of this number by this number, and then it's gonna add the minimum number to it. Oh, kinda get it, I think. Kind of, because I still don't understand why the plus 1 is necessary, and then plus my minimum. You parse int function, parses the string and returns an integer. Here's an example. So parses a string and returns an integer. The above function converts the string 007 to an integer 7. If the first character in the string can't be converted into a number, then it returns none. Use part int in the convert to parse int in the convert to integer function, so it converts the input string. Or maybe it's just like this. Oh, or like this. So it converts the input string into an integer and returns it. No. maybe it's return string. No, it's definitely not return string. So it's working for a number. Should use partial int function. Should return none. True. So for 56 is working, but maybe I don't need a string here. Yeah, there we go. Use parseInt in the convert here function, so it converts a binary number to an integer and returns it. parseInt. So it takes a second argument for the radix, which specifies the base of the number in the string. The radix can be an integer between 2 and 36. So this is gonna take 11 as the binary system. The radix variable says that 11 is in the binary system, or base 2. This example converts the string 11 to an integer 3. Huh? It takes a second argument for the radix, which specifies the base of the number in the string. Oh, so the base is kind of like the type, which type of number it is. It's binary or a real number. So this should be just like the example. So, but here is string style of 11. Maybe I should put it on string, see what happens. Still doesn't work. Yeah, don't understand this. Oh, maybe I need to return A. Yeah, there we go. Use the conditional operator in the check equal function to check if two numbers are equal or not. So syntax condition, question mark, expression if true, expression if false. So it's like the if statement. The condition comes first. Check if two numbers are equal or not. A equals B. So this is the condition. Then the first expression is true. And the second expression is when it's false. If I understand what's happening here. So not equal is wrong here. I'll rotate it on. It's here. No? Was right. And so the first statement is for when it's true. The second one is for when it's false. Have returned the condition, question mark, the first statement equal the second statement. What's wrong here? Maybe I put an extra space? No? Not equal. That's weird. If A equal B, return equal, not equal. Let's try to put them together like this. No. It's weird that the equal one is working, but the other one not. Maybe I have to put this on parentheses. Like this. No. Here is not in parentheses, so. Maybe it's the first one, parentheses. No. Maybe like this. Also no. Yeah. It's probably something really simple. Use the conditional operator in the check equal function to check if two numbers are equal or not. Maybe I need to use no, because then it's gonna compare or not. Let's try it anyway. That's weird. Why is that the case? Oh, because it has to verify if it's actually a number or not. Let's use 3 equal to see. Still works. Let's see what's asking. The checksign function uses multiple conditional operators. Following the recommended format used in find greater or equal, check if a number is positive, negative, or 0. The function should return positive, negative, or 0. So this is for checking the sign. So it's the same thing as if, but on a different way of writing. So num plus 0 is gonna give me positive. Then num less than 0 is gonna give me negative. And I need the question mark, maybe? No. Oh, no. No, question mark positive. Yeah. So after each one there's a question mark. Then the statements. And then else gonna give 0. I think that's how it's done. So first there is the statement which you want to verify, the question mark, then what's inside the statement, and then it jumps to the next one with the double dot. I think it's not a string, it's a number, yeah. So why the else statement is not working for me? Function should return positive, negative, or 0. Oh, maybe it's the way I'm writing. 0 like this. Yeah, there we go. We have defined a function called countdown with one parameter. So here. And it's probably gonna be here that I change. The function should use recursion to return an array containing integers n through 1 based on the n parameter. So it's a recursive function containing integers n through 1 based on the n parameter. If the function is called with a number less than 1, the function should return an empty array. For example, calling this function n equals 5 should return the array 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your function must use recursion by calling itself and must not use loops of any kind. So, in the previous challenge you learned how to use recursion to replace a for loop. Now let's look at a more complex function that returns an array of consecutive integers starting with 1 to the number passed to the function. As mentioned in the previous challenge, there will be a base case. The base case tells the recursive function when it no longer needs to call itself. Okay, so the base case tells the recursive function when it no longer needs to call itself. It is a simple case where the return value is already known. So this should be the first statement, I think. And it's gonna be parentheses, then a question mark, then a dot. For example, say you want to write a recursive function that returns an array containing the numbers 1 through n. This function will need to accept an n argument, n, representing the final number. So I stop here and look at the code. So an n minus 1, less than 1, return empty brackets, else const count array, count up n minus 1, count array push n, dot push n. So this count array dot push is gonna push the numbers to the empty string. And this constant count array, count up, console.log count up 5. Return count array. So if n less than 1, return empty string, else count up n. So it's gonna stop when n is less than 1. So that's the first condition, I think. It's gonna be here, which determines when it stops. Then, but why it returns an empty string? Oh, it's because the numbers are already on the array. Empty array, actually. Then I'm gonna have another condition here. So this is wrong, this format. Oh, maybe the dots here. No. Oh. I already forgot how to do this. So first there's the condition, then the question mark, then the dots. Maybe this needs to be a string. Says this is wrong. And let's go back to the previous exercise. Do it again. So yeah, it is that way. Return, then a condition, then a question mark, the thing, then the other condition. Let me see. Well, it still gives an error if there's only one condition. So I must have a bunch of them. Yeah, it has to be a bunch of them. That's what's the problem there. And if there's true, there's the 0, question mark, negative. This is right? Yeah. It's still wrong. Maybe I don't need the What if I want two conditions, but I don't want to necessarily use else? Why is this giving me the wrong sign there? That's weird. So it has to have an else. I don't understand this. Maybe I'll go back to the previous one and see. So the first one is the condition, A equals B, then the question mark, then equal, the other, oh no, there's no condition in this one. There's just the else. Statement. Oh, I forgot to type return. So I guess it's necessary to use the else here. When you use this inline operator. Let's do it again just to see if I understand the format. Positive number plus negative. Thank you for following Otos China and 0. Yeah. So I need an else statement at the end. The first one is gonna be n minus 1, less than 1, then question mark, and a statement here. And I don't know if this needs to be a string or can be brackets. I think it has to be brackets. Then if it's not that, for the else I don't need a question mark, I think. Oh no. Yeah, I don't need a statement for the else. So let's keep reading because I didn't read everything. There will also be a recursive call which executes the original function with different arguments. If the function is written correctly, eventually the base case will be reached. For example, say you want to write a recursive function that returns an array containing the numbers 1 through n. This function will need to accept an argument n representing the final number. Then it will need to call itself with progressively smaller values of n until it reaches 1. Could write the function as follows. So I didn't learn what const means. At first this seems counterintuitive since the value of n decreases but the values in the final array are increasing. This happens because the push happens last after the recursive call has returned, at the point where n is pushed into the array. So yeah, I kind of get it. But I don't know if this const is equal to var. Has already been evaluated and returned. So let me think. Let's try to type the same thing. And I think this count up is to count up, as it says, until it's gonna loop through this until it gets to n equals 1, n equals 0, and then it's gonna stop. And by that time, all the values will be pushed into the empty string. But how do I make this the two statements inside of the else statement? Didn't taught me that in the previous lesson. We have defined a function called countdown with one parameter, n. So this is countdown, not count up. Oh, I get it now. Here's count up, count up. Okay. So it's gonna call itself here. And I think this is where there should be a const. No, still giving me no. Let me read this. The function should use recursion to return an array containing the integers n through 1 based on the n parameter. If the function is called with a number less than 1, the function should return an empty array. The function is called with a number less than 1, so if n is less than 1, it's gonna return this, and that's right. For example, calling this function if n equals 5 should return this array. Your function must use recursion by calling itself and must not use loop of any kind. So why is this const not working? Const equals, no. Const. Maybe if I just delete this. Yeah. Count array, count down, and -1. I think that's it. Oh, it's missing the count array push. So how do I put this on the same? Maybe I just need to put here count array dot push. Yeah, I think that's how it's done. Because it doesn't matter since they are on the same after the same double dots here. And with this is slightly different also. It returns count array here in the bottom. Let me try it like this, and if it doesn't work, then I'll think about it. Countdown should return this, and okay, so empty array is working. Alright, so this portion is wrong. I should return the function. Maybe if I just delete this and do it like this. And maybe I need to write this as the last one. The last statement here. Then it's gonna push n, and then it's gonna count less. One's gonna keep going till, let me see. No, still wrong. So what is wrong here? Oh, the name here. It's not count array, it's countdown. That's probably what's wrong. No, still wrong. So the empty string is working. We have defined a function called countdown with one parameter, and the function should use recursion to return an array containing the integers n through 1 based on the n parameter. If the function is called with a number less than 1, the function should return an empty array. For example, calling this function with n equals 5 should return, okay, so 5 is gonna go through this, it's gonna push 5 into countdown. And then it's gonna apply this countdown 4. Don't see what's wrong here. Let me look at this code again. Maybe I need to put countdown equals this one. Something like this, like it's here. Or uses a different no, it's on the other way and uses a different constant there. So here should be count array maybe. Yeah, count array. And then he returns count array. But how I'm gonna use recursion on one line only? Maybe I need to put it outside. That doesn't make sense because it's gonna overwrite this one every time. So yeah, this is harder than I thought it would be. Say you want to write a recursive function that returns an array containing numbers 1 through n. This function will need to accept an argument n representing the final number. Then it will need to call itself with progressively smaller values of n until it reaches 1. You could write the function as follows. So I need to think as if it's all in the return. Let's ignore this first part. This is our part here. Const count array countdown n minus 1. Now let's think about what that's supposed to do. This creates a constant that is count array. It's gonna be equal to count up minus 1 n minus 1. Maybe, yeah, doesn't work. Maybe if I put this outside, or this, but that kind of feels like cheating, even though it might work. Like this. And then only call here count array. No, that doesn't work also because it's only gonna return one time. It's not recursive. So here it has to be countdown n minus 1 maybe. And maybe I delete this again. So let's think about what this does. N less than 1 is gonna return the string. Else is gonna push n into the string, and then it's gonna return countdown n minus 1. Let's see. Still doesn't work. This is difficult. Feels like it should be easy, but I don't know what's wrong. First, this seems counterintuitive since the value of n decreases, but the value in the final array are increasing. This happens because the push happens last. The push happens last. Maybe if I change the order here, it's gonna work. No. At the point where n is pushed into the array, count up n minus 1 has already been evaluated and returned. The thing is that in this way, it's gonna call countdown first before applying countdown push. That's the difference between this method and this method here in the example. But this is also wrong, so let me close this tab here. Maybe if I use more than one statement, it's gonna work. Like n greater than 1. But it feels like I should be able to do it without doing that. In a previous challenge, you learned how to use recursion to replace a for loop. Now let's look at a more complex function that returns an array of consecutive integers, blah blah. As mentioned in the previous challenge, there will be a base case. There will also be a recursive call which executes the original function with different arguments. If the function is written correctly, eventually the base case will be reached. Countdown 5 should return 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So what happens if it's 5 here? Pushes and then counts down. I don't see anything wrong with this. Maybe if instead of using these points I use like this. Yeah, then it gives me an error. So you can't have two else statements. Maybe it's a comma. Maybe that's the right term. No. Maybe this is not going to. It doesn't work when I have two statements, so I have to use another one, like n greater than 1. I feel like that might be the way to do it, but statement here, yeah, this might work, but maybe it's greater than and equal, and if it's less than 1, that's the no. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm gonna watch the hints, get the hints. Let me delete this. I kind of don't wanna get the hint, but feels like I'm doing everything right. It must be a problem in the way that it's supposed to be written that I don't know about. Because the format is exactly the same. Except for this const count array that it creates. At first this thing, we could write the function as follows. So this is supposed to be a recursive function, and it returns count array. Const array here. The count array is linked to count up by this thing. So maybe if I write count just like it did there, count down and -1, and then instead I return count array here, it's gonna work. And the push comes after the counter. So count push. Let's see. So now it gives me more things wrong. Yeah, let me watch these. JavaScript parser will have to have certain rules of what to evaluate first. Let's check precedent here. What does this parse line does? I already forgot the use of this. Yeah, let me erase this. Maybe it's just the equal sign here. Maybe that's what's wrong. Let's see. No. I feel like parse function is not used here. But I might have to go back to the parse function. Because Don't understand it. I forgot. Exactly what it's supposed to do. Oh, I remember. I remember that it turns an binary system into a integer. That's one of the functions, but the previous exercise I don't remember. Yeah, I think I'm gonna tap the down on this one. Yeah, but it's not using the previous lesson. Maybe it's unrelated to the other one. And that's why I'm not understanding. You know, this is what I wanted to know. N.concat countdown. Never seen this function before. So uses n dot concat countdown. What does that even mean? Here, maybe instead of having this push n, if I just do n like this, not countdown, something like this, no. That should be this concat countdown. Which I don't understand what it does, but still doesn't work. Maybe if I take this off here. Oh, doesn't have the plus sign, the equal sign. Oh, now it works. Maybe that was. Let me try like this about the equal sign. Oh, still wrong. Yeah. And this way it does it in brackets. Let's copy this and see if it works there. Not sure if that's how it's actually supposed to be written. But I didn't learn this before also. Yeah. And the other ways I thought I wasn't supposed to do it like that. Thought I was supposed to use the new stuff that I learned. So continue from previous challenge, will provide you another opportunity to create a recursive function to solve a problem. We have defined a function named range of numbers with 2 parameters. The function should return an array of integers which begins with a number represented by start num. Should return an array of integers which begins with a number represented by start num. Parameter ends with a number represented by the end num. The starting number will always be less than or equal to the ending number. So the start is always less or equal to the end. Your function must use recursion by calling itself and not use loops of any kind. Should also work for cases where both start num and end num are the same. So we should return an array of integers from this number into this number. And it should be recursive. So when they're equal, it's supposed to be to return the string. So when start num is equal to end num, question mark, and let me put in parentheses. So that's the first condition, I think. Then let me see if I remember from the previous exercise. So what do I want to do? I want to I want to count them from the start to the end. But how I'm gonna know? Let's say start is 1 and end is 10. I'm gonna know that. That should be 1 minus the other and then use the same function as the previous one. As they're recursive. I've defined a function named range of numbers with 2 parameters. The function should return an array of integers which begins with a number represented by the start num and ends with a number represented by the end number parameter. The starting number will always be less or equal to the ending number. Your function should return an array. Your code should not use any loop syntax. Should use a recursion call itself to solve this challenge. Should return the arrays. So it should call itself at some point. Maybe start num, then dot range of numbers. Yeah, but how was this notation used? Let me see in the other tab. Oh, there's a comma here. range of numbers and -1. So maybe and no -1. Maybe like this. Let's try. Probably should not use so it doesn't work. It's not returning an array. So when they're equal, it's gonna return the empty thing, which is the condition that stops the loop, the recursive statement. Maybe here's end now instead of start now. No, the function is not returning an array. So let me put start num here, start num there. See if it works. Also no, same things are wrong. Cannot understand how function recursion works on this problem. We figured out the solution. Tell us what's happening. Code works fine. There are no problems with execution or whatsoever. Just cannot understand how this recursion works on this block. And this has nothing to do with the exercise I was doing. Oh no, it's the same one. I think that this thread is the best so far to explain what is happening here. 3 different people have chimed in before they explain the version. Maybe that's a good place to learn. Okay, my problem isn't past the challenge, blah blah. Seems like it will be pushing pushing onto anyway. That doesn't exist yet. At your if statement, you take the second branch. This means that you execute const count array counter for. Haven't had my coffee yet. Let me try to write this using if statements instead of this. How can I return a value in between start number and then so I think I'm gonna use start num plus m. Maybe using minus is better. N number minus n. So what will be a condition to stop this? If n equals n, yeah, then return yeah, but this is not gonna. How can I return the whole array instead of an empty one? Maybe I can create a variable before array. No, that doesn't make sense. Maybe don't need to use that also. Oh, I kinda need to because it has to have an increment. But then I'm gonna have to make it equal to start num at the beginning. God damn. Function should return an array of integers which begins with a number represented by start num. So it's gonna be an array of numbers between start num and end num. So it has to jump from 1 to 1 until end num. So I have n plus plus here. Let's run like this and see what happens. So yeah. How's if if start num different than end num, should return push range of numbers push 1. Let's run like this, see what happens. Still not returning an array. Let me change this. Let me take this out. Yeah, it's because range of numbers is not an array, it's a function. So maybe we should create an array like this. Still not creating. Oh, it's because now let me write that again. Actually, do it like this. So if n_num equals m, n, it returns the array. And if star num is different than n_num, return range of numbers dot push n. Oh, it's array here. Array dot push n. And this should push the number into the array. But this n is not defined, that's the thing. So maybe start num equals n at the beginning. No, that doesn't make sense because then it's gonna overwrite. So how can I make it so it pushes? Maybe I can make a loop, for loop. No, but then it defeats the purpose of the challenge, right? So the purpose is to use a recursive function. Recursion function. But what if I was going to write for loop? For bar equals 0. KG underline V. Thank you for the follow, man. And yeah, E plus plus. No, for E equal start num. And less than n_num. Then it would be to push, I think, array dot push I, and return. No, I don't think it needs a return. But maybe I'm wrong. So this is supposed to loop until I reaches n_num. And starts with start num and n_num. And until loops, it's gonna push to this array the value of I. Maybe it needs a return, I think. Let me look this up. Yeah, it doesn't need necessarily. So how can I transform this for into a recursion instead of using a loop? I think I'm gonna delete this. Was this from the exercise? Oh yeah, it is. Let's think about this. So I need to call it every time. And we return range of numbers I inside of this thing. And I equals star number. Yeah, I equals star number. Start num. Then I want to increase instead of this one. I wonder if that's going to work, because yeah, if it was 0 here, it's supposed to work. Each time is going to increase 1. And then what's left? It's array dot push I. And then the stop, which I think I can do an if statement, maybe. Oh, I need to take into account also if they are equal. Let me think. I'm gonna put a comment on this. So I equals start num, then sums 1, then it pushes to the array the value of I, and if it's equal to and if nnum is equal to I, it's going to return the array. And if it's, and what if start num is equal to nnum? Then nnum is gonna be equal to I. Let's say it's 10 and 10 here. 10. Oh, this plus 1 needs to be outside of this, I think. So if it's 10, it's gonna push 10 to the array, and then if nnum, which is 10 also, is equal 10, it's gonna return the array. And if it's not, maybe here comes else. Like this. No, this still doesn't work. After all this. Oh my god. It makes logical sense to me, but well, I can be wrong here. Maybe I need to return the function again, but oh, like this. Maybe it's this way. And then I take this out of here. Let's see. No. Let me see if this. Let me see if the for loop works. For var, array push. And here I'm gonna put return array. Let's see if this works. So this returns an array. Should we use recursion? Oh, this uses recursion. But the loop doesn't work. I know I'm not supposed to use it because of this one, but I just want to see if it works on these ones here. Just see if the way I'm thinking is correct. Let me put the equal sign here, see if it works. Oh, now it works. Interesting. Your code should not use any loop syntax. Okay, so this is the logic, but I have to translate this into this one in the bottom. Maybe I'll just copy this statement here into here. I equals star num. Array push. Maybe just using return array there instead of returning the function. Delete this part here. And then put comment on this. So I equals start num, array push I. If I less than or equal and num, it's gonna return the array. And here I need to put I plus plus. Maybe the I plus plus comes before the array push, just like this here. Let's try this. Doesn't work still. Let me put else, return the function itself and see if it works. No, still doesn't work. Let me think about what this for loop is doing. It starts with the first number. It goes into the end and sums 1 every time. So what's the difference between them? And at the end of this, it returns the array. That's the difference. Maybe I need to put var here first. This could be what's wrong also. Let me delete this. No. The last case is also wrong when they're equal. Array push I. So this, oh, yeah, this has to come there. It's first gonna push the first number into the array, then it sums 1. And if it's less than the number, if it's equal then or less, or no, this has to be equal, I think. If I is equal to the number, it stops. It returns the array. And if it's less, else it's gonna return the same function. Oh, now we got more of them right. So just these two. So he's still not pushing them, the values, to the array. So it starts on this now. This is 1, then this is supposed to push this value until here. Then it adds 1. Then if sees if it's the same as the end number. If it is, it returns the array. If it's not, it returns the function. Which should, oh, that's the problem. Maybe it's my plus I. Because it's gonna return the same values all the time. The I is gonna be different, but the star nums is the same. So maybe if I revert the order here. Let's try like this first. Maybe if I do it like this, star num equals I. No. So the problem here is that it always returns the same value. Even though the I is increasing, it returns the same start number on here. Maybe if I change this from start number to I. No. don't get why this is wrong. Let's use this 6 and 9 example. Start with 6, 9 here, okay? Then variable I equals 6. Array dot push 6 is gonna go here. Then it's gonna become 7. If 7 equals n number, it returns the array. If it's not, it's gonna return this function with 7. Yeah, logically it makes sense, should be working. It returns 7 and then 9 on the next iteration. Well, maybe the array is clear again. That's the problem. It doesn't add up every time. So at the end it only returns 9 here. It doesn't return the full array. So how can I change this? So that it remembers. Maybe the other way, that was... No, that's not gonna work. Maybe this const count thing. Let's see if there is a hint in this problem. Guys, you can treat recursion like a series of phone calls. When you assign counter rate to the function, you can't do anything until the function call is being assigned to returns a value. It is important to understand that every single function call is independent. Count up 4 returns an array counting up from 1 to 4. Yeah, it's just a solution. What if I did from the last one until the first one? But that wouldn't change anything. I don't think. Let me delete this, see what it returns. So this else statement needs to be changed. How can I make the thing remember the array, the values on the array? I equals n now returns the array. Maybe if they're different, returns the array plus array push I. But that's gonna give me a string and then the values outside of the array. Or no, maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, I don't think that this is right. Yeah. Doesn't hurt to try. Let's see if there's a video about this on YouTube. On YouTube. This one should be a good one.
Hi guys, welcome back to another
I
chat.
think I'm gonna watch this one first, and because I think this one doesn't contain the answer for the problem, and then I'm gonna try to solve it again. So confusing, this recursion thing. Reducible, the name of the channel. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Before I continue this.
Today we are going to talk about recursion. I think most computer science students would agree that recursion felt more confusing than your average computer science topic. In this video, I'm going to show you 5 simple steps that you can use to help you tackle any recursive problem. And hopefully, these steps will help you realize that in reality, recursion isn't actually that bad. I'm going to show you how to apply these steps in the context of solving 3 specific recursive problems, each of them progressively more difficult than the last, so make sure you stick to the end of the video. And as always, I think you'll get the most out of this video if you take the time to pause and ponder some of the problems that we worked through and the steps we went through to solve them. So, without further ado, let's get started. Suppose we want to solve the following problem recursively. Write a function that, given an input n, sums all the non-negative integers up to n. Here's a couple quick examples of inputs to this function to give you a sense for what we are trying to implement. A lot of you may have seen an iterative version of this function, or even a mathematical version of it that we went through in a previous video. But if you had to solve it recursively, how would you do it? Recursion is all about taking a problem and solving it using simpler versions of the problem. So the first step in solving a recursive problem requires you to ask yourself,
JavaScript.
what's the simplest possible input for the function? Here, the simplest possible case is n equals 0, where we know that the result should also be 0. The simplest case often translates itself into a base case for our recursive problem. The base case of a recursive function is the only input where we provide an explicit answer. All other solutions to the problem will build on the base case. The second key step to solving recursive problems is trying examples and visualizing how the inputs and outputs of these functions interact. In this problem, one fun way to visualize things is to treat our sum as building a triangle with the base as the input value. That way, our sum is the total number of individual blocks in this triangle. You can try as many examples as you want. Once we have a set of examples, we now want to move to the third step, which involves relating larger examples to smaller examples. Take a second to see if you see any relationships between the cases here that pop out to you. Put in more specific terms with these examples, ask yourself, hey, if I was given the answer for the n equals 4 case, could I solve the n equals 5 case? If I was given the answer to the n equals 3 case, could I solve the n equals 4 case? One interesting relationship that you may have noticed is that if we know the answer to the n equals 4 case, all we need to do is add 5 to this answer to get the solution to our n equals 5 case. And similarly, if we know the answer to the n equals 3 case, we can get the answer to the n equals 4 case by adding 4. And it's not too hard to convince yourself that this should be true in general, but if necessary, feel free to try some larger cases to verify. This now brings us to the fourth key step, which is to generalize this pattern. Let's say we want to figure out the sum for the input n equals k. We can find the sum by first taking the sum up to n equals k minus 1, and then all we have to do is add k to this value. Once we've generalized the pattern, the last step now involves writing code by combining this recursive pattern with the base case. This actually turns out to be not too hard since the code almost writes itself from our base cases and recursive pattern. Let's dig a little bit deeper to see how this really works for a particular input.
Not sure how
Let's
my
say
hands
we
were.
run this function for input n equals 5. What actually ends up happening? Well, we go through the initial function and then hit a recursive case, which adds 5 to the result of calling our sum function on the input 4. So we know that this should theoretically give us the value 10, but technically,
Image is
this function
done.
hasn't been evaluated yet. What actually ends up happening is we have to go back into our function and repeat the process. We hit the recursive case again, which then causes us to now add 4 to the value of sum called on 3, which once again kicks off the same process as before. Let's take a moment to see how this unravels. This continues until we hit the base case, which then is used to solve the sum function called on n equals 1, which then solves the sum function called on n equals 2, and so on and so forth, until we eventually build up the solution for our original n equals 5 case. It's always okay to take some time to unravel the recursion to ensure that things work, but as you get more experience solving these type of problems, there's a concept called the recursive leap of faith that I would like you to think about. The recursive leap of faith makes solving recursive problems much faster. It's all about assuming that easier versions of the problem will be correct. In this particular problem, the recursive leap of faith would say that if I wanted to solve sum called on n equals 5, let me just assume that sum on n equals 4 is going to work, and then if I add 5 to that, sum called on n equals 5 will also be correct. Don't worry if you're a little hesitant to believe in the recursive leap of faith, but it is a useful problem-solving trick that helps in more complex recursive problems. Let's now explore a more involved recursive problem. Here's the problem. Write a function that takes two inputs n and m and outputs the number of unique paths from the top left corner to the bottom right corner of an n by m grid. One key constraint is that you can only move down or right one unit at a time. Before we apply our 5 steps, let's first familiarize ourselves with a few inputs and outputs for this function. Here's what happens when n equals 2 and m is equal to 4. We end up with exactly 4 paths. And here's another example with n equals 3 and m equals 3. We end up with 6 unique paths. Alright, let's begin. Let's play around with some simple inputs and see what happens. The simplest possible reasonable input to this function is a 1x1 grid, where we end up with exactly 1 path. If we actually take a second to try some other simple inputs, you might notice something interesting. We can actually make a fairly comprehensive base case by noticing that if either one of these dimensions is going to be 1, we have only one unique path. This can be written quite concisely as the following base case. Often with base cases, you want to find a way to be as comprehensive as possible. Don't be afraid to adapt though, it's completely normal to come back later and modify the base case. Let's now take a look at a decent sample size of examples to get a feel for the problem. When coming up with examples for recursive problems, it makes sense to do them in a sweeping manner, where a lot of the examples are really close to each other. Remember, our ultimate goal is to find a way to solve any specific case using simpler versions of that case, so it makes sense to have examples that are close to each other. Alright, so now that we have a sizable set of examples, take a look at these and see if you notice any interesting relationships between cases. I know that's a lot to look at, so as a hint, let's narrow down our focus to just these 3 examples. Do you notice anything? How about now? There's actually a really nice one-to-one correspondence between each path in the 2x3 and 3x2 cases to each path in the 3x3 case. For each path in the 2x3 case, we can take that path and go 1 unit down to create a path in the 3x3 case. And for each path in the 3x2 case, we can move 1 unit right to create a path in the 3x3 case. So, at least in this example, we can confidently say that the number of paths in the 3x3 example is the sum of the number of paths in the 2x3 example and the number of paths in the 3x2 example. But is that just a coincidence? Let's see if we can test this pattern by working backwards. Let's try to find the paths in the 3x4 case by analyzing a similar set of easier examples. Following the earlier pattern, let's see if the number of paths in the 3x4 case is really the sum of the paths in the 3x3 case and 2x4 case. We'll take each path in the 3x3 case and move one to the right to make a corresponding path for the 3x4 case. And then we'll take each path in the 2x4 case and go one step down to make a path in the 3x4 case. And it turns out that the set of paths that are created from this construction end up being all the unique paths through a 3x4 grid. Take a second to verify this for yourself if you're skeptical. So let's now generalize this pattern. We can find the total number of unique paths in an n by m grid by first finding all the unique paths from the n by m minus 1 grid. Each of these paths correspond to a path in the n by m grid, since all we do is we move 1 unit to the right to create an associated path. And the remaining paths can be found by finding all the unique paths in an n minus 1 by m grid, where we now take each path, add 1 unit down, and get the corresponding path in the n by m. These are the only valid partitions.
This video is helping me that much, to be honest.
Alright, it's really no different. This allows you to make another solution. We definitely want to see if we can verify if this holds for larger examples. Let's take a look at the n equals 7, m equals 4 case. We have a total of 11 partitions. So going off our previous example, we're expecting all the part 1. But what about the remaining B and B, and then count part
Tech coding tutorial. Today we're going to be focusing on the software engineering interview question, in particular recursion. So someone else
I did do it with this for one, the for loop. Maybe that's a good question to ask in Dr. Bo. How to transform a for loop into a recursive statement. JavaScript. Not sure if that's a correct recursive statement, but should be fine. Yes, that's what I wanna know. I'm attempting to teach myself how to write recursive functions, and someone suggested trying to convert loops into recursions. So I'm trying to change the first for loop function into a recursive function. Here's my code. So this is the for loop, and this is the recursion. The purpose of each function is to return true if there is exactly one argument that is true. Otherwise the function returns false. The for loop function works properly. However, when I use the recursive function, get their maximum call stack size exceeded. I was wondering what I'm doing correctly. Thanks for the help. So here's the recursive method. Let me turn the comparison. Return only one value, count and plus I. So what is this count here in the bottom here? Maybe I can use this Python tutor also that I learned in the previous course I did. Yeah, but it's gonna be different because of different language. Oh, it also has JavaScript. So let's see. Let me try to here's plus plus sign that he did, but it's not gonna work for sure. It's not gonna work. So it didn't execute any line. Oh yeah, it's because there is no console thing. Let me go back. Console.log. Let's try this one. Let me see if this shows up at the bottom of the... Yeah. So that's what's happening. It's only putting 6 here. Oh, that's a great idea. Let me recall the function and see what happens. It still returns 6 only. But I is supposed to be different than n number. So it's gonna be 6, 7 actually. Let's try this one. Let's see, like this. No. Okay. Star number 6, star number, and number 9, array undefined. I undefined. Empty array. But why does he equals? does it equate with a number? Oh, it's making it maybe if I put it like this, now it's 8 instead of now it's undefined. I think I'm starting to get no, I think maximum call stack size exceeded, so this creates an infinite loop. So how is this possible? I put triple here, same thing. So let's do this, see what happens. Maximum call stack size. And this returns 8. Maybe I should put bigger here instead of equal. Then return 6. And here, now it returns 9. So if I is bigger than n number, it returns 9. Because it's gonna stop at 10, right? When it returns. And why does it says array is not declared there? Maybe if I delete this, I is not defined. No, still the same thing. How can I add one after the other one? Let me put this code here and see what happens. This should give me a better idea of what's going on. Your code might have an infinite loop or be running for too long. Your server may also be overloaded. So this has an infinite loop. Let's try again. Or no, it's just the internet. No, so here it defines the array. Then it defines the I and pushes 6 to the array. Then it counts 1. Then it skips and then returns the whole thing. Star number 7, empty array. This is the issue I have here. It's that this is an empty array again. So how can I change this? Maybe if it was var I here. Undefined and I. That's gonna be, maybe if I put this after the I, the value of I, and then it doesn't change anything. It's just gonna make them both of them change. So let me do this. Value the temperature spread no interval instance. In order to be iterable, no array objects must have a symbol dot iterator method. How can I collect values? Let's write a function function that raises x to a natural power of n. Please note how the recursive variant is fundamentally different. One action is called the execution space into two branches. Everything is trivial. It's called the base of recursion because it immediately produces the obvious result. Otherwise, we can represent maybe if I put inside the else here. Like something like array equals I, something like this. How can I make the array have all the values? Maybe if I use dot array somewhere. I don't think this is what I want. Go here. Out JavaScript. To add values and array using our cursor function. And delete element, insert element operations are expensive. For instance, our unshift object operation will show the number of all elements to make room for a new object. It's big, it takes time, so. the variable would need to be stated, the array would need to be stated outside of the function. That's the thing. Instead of calling this, I should be calling maybe array. And return array is gonna give me the thing. If array dot length -1 equals kilo. I will start with an empty array, and for each recursive call it passes the same array forward. Also we changed it so that this is pop. Maybe should add another if statement there. Maybe like this. Array is gonna be equal undefined. Maybe I'm spending too much time on this problem. Should just look at the solution and move on. Trying to make a small program that prompts a user to add item to a grocery list. Read about using recursion to loop. I understand a while loop would probably be better suited for this task, but I ran into the same problems with the while loop and I wanted to try recursion. Just sounds like I know what I'm doing, yeah. Use recursion to enumerate the array while prompting validation for the user. But I digress. I use the recursion to enumerate the array. Here's the code. So this should be adding items through the array. Without this line. Notice it looks like it's supposed to, but it's not adding items to an array. I tried the array technique as well, but to no avail. The array remains empty. Also, why is that? By using a function with no args, am I not running too much recursion? Is it because of the conditional statement? If you know what I'm doing wrong, try and hint towards the right answer rather than just blurting it out. You're creating a new array instead of passing it through the recursive call. Do this instead. So that's exactly my problem, I think. Maybe instead of start numbers array here then. Maximum call stack size exceeded. Now we start with an empty array, and for each recursive call it passes the same array forward. Also I change it so that it doesn't use spawn. The reason your while loop didn't work is very likely because of the original package. Your function recreates far away on every loop recursion. I'm not sure recursion is the right tool for the job in your case. Does not seem like it. So you're starting out with JavaScript development. Let's try now. But an infinite loop is probably what you really want. It will probably make the code simpler. You can do this with recursion by defaulting the array and passing it as an argument to the function also. Yeah, but what if it has two arguments? You redefine your array variable every time you call your function. Second, what is the array? So when you get to the document write call, you'll be printing an empty array anyways. So I get it, I know it's wrong, but I think the problem is the way I'm trying to do this. It probably doesn't work in this way. It has to be another way. Yeah, this is gonna be the simple thing. The concat method in JavaScript introduces a new array to an existing array. The initial array is combined with a new one. If you want to add elements into the new array, you must concat. Here's an example. Full.concat. You can also use the concat method to directly add to list JavaScript items that are not in the array as shown below. Array.concat. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna read all of this stuff. Try to understand this code just to... I think it's more simple than that. How can I change this variable after I call the function again? Yeah, const doesn't work. So basically gonna be the same thing, I think. It also deletes the previous ones that were done. Let's see this one.
Asked me a few days ago about recursion in interview questions, and in particular they asked me to help them with this question on free code camp of using recursion to create a range of numbers. So if we look at the test cases down here, we have a function called range of numbers, and we have an input. We have parameters, arguments passed into this function of 1 and 5, so that's our start num and our end num. So if our input is 1 and 5, it should return 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It should return an array of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this is a problem that can be solved very simply using for loops or a while loop, but it's a bit more tricky with recursion. So the way that I would go about doing this is that firstly, if we think about this just from a general problem point of view, if you were given the number 1 and the end number of 5, and someone asks you to print out all of the numbers between 1 and 5, including 1 and 5, what would you do? Well, you'd start at 1, you'd write down 1, you then write down 2, you then add 1 to 2, and you write down 3, you'd add 1 to 3 and write down 4 until you got to 5, and then you would finish. So we can write a very nice bit of recursive code that can do this for us. So like with all recursive problems, we need to write our base case, and the base case is the bit of code that will cause our recursive loops to terminate. Because if we don't write a base case, we'll just end up in an endless cycle of recursion, and we'd eventually get a Stack Overflow error, and our program would crash. So what would the base case be for this problem? Well, if we are going to solve this problem using the approach of incrementing the start number until we reach the end number, we know that our base case will be when our start number ends up equaling our end number. So we can write the base case of if start num equals end num, we can just return the end num. So let's just talk about this code. So if our start number is 1 and our end number is 5, obviously this code is going to get called because 1 doesn't equal 5. However, with each recursive loop, we will be incrementing our start number by 1. And therefore, there will come a point where the start number does equal the end num, at which point we're just going to return the end number and add it to our array, and then that will terminate our program. So now that we have the base case written, we can write the main, the rest of our function, and we can actually write the recursive loop write down the recursive code as well. So if we remove this return statement and convert this into an if-else statement, so in this else clause, what we want to do is write some code that firstly takes the start number.
That's why the internet's slow, because I'm uploading the last video to YouTube.
And adds it to an array, and then secondly makes a recursive call to a range of numbers again, but with a different start number parameter, so that when the recursive call is made, our start number is different. Now the way that we do this is writing, we can write a very simple one-liner. So if we can write return start num. So what this does is this will add our start number to the beginning of our array. So if we look back at the test case, for the example of 1 and 5, 1 should be the first number in our array. So writing return start num, it will add the start number to the beginning of our array. Now to add all the other numbers, we can call the .concat method, which is a method that exists on arrays in JavaScript. And then we can call our recursive function, so range of numbers. Okay, And now for the parameters, for the arguments of range of numbers, since we've already added 1 to our array, the next number that we need to add to our array is 2, according to our test case. So how do we convert 1 into 2? Well, very simply, we can just increment it by 1. So we can just do start num like that, and end num. So what this does is, so what this code does is, we add our start num to the beginning of the array. We then increase the start number by 1, which converts it into 2, and then we call the method again. So now the parameters for the recursive call are 2 and 5. So then we add 2 to the array, and then we then increment 2 by 1, so that turns into 3, and then we get a recursive loop that adds all of these numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 into our array. Now eventually there'll become a time when our start num is 5 and our end num is 5. So that's when our base case comes in, because start num will equal end num. So what we do is we return the end num 5, it gets concatenated onto the end of our array.
Let me try this return statement here. Start num.concat is not a function. Oh. Ah, there we go. Now I think it's right. So this concat is the answer. Concat. This is gonna concatenate the function. It's so confusing. Function plus 1. Maybe this I is unnecessary. I think I'm gonna put this on the Python visualizer thing. This thing right here. And let me see if that passes the test. Yes, there we go. Finally. But I had to look at the video. But I knew this concat had something to do with the solution. So that's how you add that. That's how you modify the array instead of replacing each time you run through the iteration. Let's see. My internet's kind of bad, so it's not working properly.
And we'll therefore print out our range of numbers. So if we run this code now, we can see that it ran perfectly and it passed all the tests. So that's the end of this tutorial. I hope you found this useful. Hope you found this useful.
Maybe
If you have
just
any
the
questions, leave them in
return
the comments.
statement works.
Also head over to the Jack
The rest is
website,
unnecessary.
jacktech.co.uk, where you'll find loads more information and coding problems, and there's also a forum where you can get help from other community members as well. And if you want a detailed written explanation of this problem, I'll leave a link in the description below. Thanks for watching. See you
Yeah,
later.
because this is concatenated a string. And the string with the start number inside of it. Oh, I have an idea. I think I'm gonna do it like this. Let me put the start here instead of I. Yeah, it doesn't work. So it has to be the same code exactly. No, still doesn't work. Let me go back and see other thing. Maybe if I go like this. Concatenate I. Undefined. Maybe if I put it like this. Still doesn't work. Because it's gonna call every time when we refresh. So it has to be outside of the. Oh, fuck. Now let me see if I delete this. No. I is not defined. So where is the other I? Yeah. So this doesn't work as well. And what's the difference?
That's what
He returns in now. Oh, I forgot to add the plus here. Plus. Yeah. So it's basically pretty much unnecessary, all the other stuff. This. I think here I typed wrong. Sorry. It's still not working. Oh, there we go. So empty array 6 becomes 7. And then it goes again. Oh, now I get it. That's what's up. So it's going through the loop, but instead of deleting them, it adds them together in the end. That's why it works. And if I imagine if I don't have the start number, in the end it's not gonna work. In the beginning, so yeah, concat not defined. And if I have an empty string here, what happens? It only goes 9. Let's see, let's watch this code and see what happens. I think I'm gonna go to the next one also here. Submit, watch the next. Now it's gonna be the challenges. Introduction to the ES6 challenges. ECMA script is a standardized version of JavaScript with the goal of unifying the language's specification and features. As all major browsers and JavaScript runtimes follow this specification, the terms interchangeable with the term JavaScript. Most of the challenges on FreeCodeCamp use specification of the language. JavaScript is an evolving programming language. As features are added and revisions are made, new versions of the language are released for use by developers. The most recent standardized version is a new version of the language that's powerful features, blah blah blah. Oh no, so this is just another set of lectures. So yeah.
See you guys in the next one.
So it goes through the same process. Creates the innate 9. Now let's see. Because it created on the other iterations. That's the difference. And because it's an empty string, it only, if you put star num, it's gonna go back each one by one and adds them together. So it adds 8 first, and then 7 and 6. But if you put empty brackets, it just erases the value of the previous one and only puts 9 there. Oh, let me see if I put n-num here, what happens. Now it's gonna return 4 9s. And because the value of the star num is different each time, it returns a different value once it's concatenated, all of them. Because this array push is doing, it's creating a different array every time of a single number. Maybe if I changed the thing inside the push, it would work. Instead of array push I, array push start num. If I deleted all of them. I'm gonna try this one last time, then I'm gonna move on. So instead of doing this, new plus plus start now, then I delete this, delete this, here I put start now. Oh, and I'm just gonna delete this as useless thing. Maybe this is gonna work also. Yeah, still we're gonna return 9 only. So yeah, it has to be concatenate. Concat, because then it records the values, it adds the values together. Okay, so let's go to the next exercise. I think I'm gonna do one more, then I'm gonna close the stream. And I'm gonna rest for a little bit, and then I'm gonna go back. So I'm here almost 6 hours already. Well, I spent a bunch of time just in this problem. Received a notification from YouTube. Copyright. One of the biggest problems with declaring variables with the var keyword is that you can overwrite variables declarations without an error. As you can see in the code above, the camper variable is originally declared as James and then overridden to be David. In a small application, you might not run into this type of problem, but when your code becomes larger, you might accidentally overwrite a variable which you did not intend to overwrite. Because this behavior does not throw an error, searching and fixing bugs becomes more difficult. A new keyword called let was introduced in ES6 to solve this potential issue with the var keyword. If you were to replace var with let in the variable declaration of the code above, the result would be an error. This error can be seen in the console or browser, so unlike var when using let, a variable with the same name can only be declared once. Note the use strict. A variable with the same name can only be declared once. Note the use strict. This enables strict mode, which catches common coding mistakes and unsafe actions for instance. Use strict. Update the code so it only uses that word keyword. So let me read this last part again. Check with YouTube channel, notice there content in the video you upload. Your video powder that is closer to the truth. Use another channel's content without permission, they may ask YouTube to remove your video. Remove results in a copyright strike against your account. In case you'd like to start a conversation. I'll look this later. Maybe I'll have to cut that part out of the video. So this error can be seen. So like var when using let, a variable with the same name can only be declared once. Note the use strict. This enables strict mode, which catches common coding mistakes and unsafe actions for instance. And this was too easy, so I'm gonna do another one. Fix the code so that I declared in the if statement is a separated variable than I declared the first line of the function. So this here. When you declare a variable with the var keyword, it is declared globally or locally if declared inside a function. Let keyword behaves similarly but with some extra features. When you declare a variable with let keyword inside a block statement or expression, its scope is limited to the block statement or expression. For example, var number for var. With the var keyword, I is declared globally, so when I++ is executed, it updates the global variable. This code is similar to the following. The var keyword I is declared globally. So when I++ is executed, so here, it updates the variable, the global variable. This code is similar to the following. This behavior will cause problems if you were to create a function and start it for later use inside a for loop that uses the I variable. This is because the start function will always refer to the value of the updated global I variable. This behavior will cause problems if you were to create a function and start it for later use inside of a for loop that uses the I variable. This is because the start function will always refer to the value of the updated global I variable. As you can see, print num true, prints 3 and not true. Because it goes to 3 here. This is because the value assigned to I was updated and the print num true returns the global variable I, and not the value I. And not the value I had when the function was created in the for loop. The let keyword does not follow this behavior. For let instead, this points true. I is not defined because it was not declared in the global scope. It is only declared within the for loop statement. So you can use I the same 2 times. So that here. So I'm going to carry the for loop statement num true. Return the correct value because the 3 different I variables with unique values 0, 1 and 2 were created by the let keyword within the loop statement. But isn't returning I anyway? Oh yeah, it's because it runs 3 times and first one is 0, the other one is 1, and the other one is 2. And then it returns the 2. Fix the code so that I declared in the if statement is a separated separate variable, then I declared the first line of the function. Be certain not to use var keyword anywhere in your code. This exercise is designed to illustrate the difference between how var and let keywords assign scope to declared variables. When programming a function similar to the one used in this exercise, it is often better to use different variables names to avoid confusion. So let I be function scope through I equals global scope. Global scope is I. Function scope return I. Var should not exist in code. The variable I declared in the if statement should equal block scope. Check scope should return function scope. Check scope should return function scope. So we should return this value outside of the if statement. Maybe it's the other way around. No. What does this return? If true, I equals block scope. Then it's just console. Return I. When you declare a variable with a var keyword, it is declared globally or locally if declared inside a function. The let keyword behaves similarly but with some extra features. When you declare a variable with the let keyword inside a block statement or expression, its scope is limited to the block, that block, statement or expression. Maybe we should write on both of them, so it stays on the scope. Var keyword I is declared globally, so when I++ is executed, it updates the global variable. As you can see, print number sure. So see, print number true prints 3 and not true. This is because the value assigned to I was updated and the print number 2 returns the global I, not the value I. Not the value I had when the function was created in the for loop. That keyword does not follow this behavior. I is not defined because it was not declared in the global scope. It is only declared within the for loop statement. Number 2, return the correct value because 3 different I variables with unique values were created by that keyword within the loop statement. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, that's cool. So I think I'm gonna take a break here. Maybe I'll come back later. I also need to cease the message I received from YouTube. So maybe I'll be right back. Maybe I'll be back another day. Let's see you.